Yes, I know it's live, but we're also in the today command. Nope, I apparently did not. Update the today command.
Oh.
So we need to update that. Alright. And also going to make a custom pinned message. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Pin, manually unpin, and hide for me. Alright.
What? There's gotta be weapons here, brother. Yeah, it's an outpost. Fucking weapons.
Dun, 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 dun.
Sure.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
You're cute. The queen! Whoa! Oh, we are a rowdy bunch.
Okay. Hi, welcome on in. As you can see from the stream title and the today command and the pinned message, basically today I'm testing if viewers are getting any ads at all, and like it may not be much of a test because it's an impromptu stream on a day I normally don't.
I told her she should stream today.
Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I am here and because I'm
There we go.
here streaming, I figured, you know, I'll do my best. Like, I don't think that anyone is actually getting ads, but if they do, then please let me know, because I am working under the default assumption that these ads are not real, that they aren't actually happening for anyone. So like, I'm not going to be announcing any ad breaks, I'm not going to be changing for any ad breaks, I'm just going to be gaming. And speaking of gaming, let's get into the game.
Woo!
There we go. Da, 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 da. And I think that I play the Wednesday off stream and uploaded the VOD to YouTube. I don't think I streamed that. But today is fresh new day. Morning, Lavender. Just dropped by to warn you about those crows flying, though. I woke up to see them blocking over my crop field. Had to scare a few off. I think your farm is fine. I live right by that airport, so I get a lot of them roosting in the trees. Darn crows. Yep, there they are. Darn scavengers, but looks like they aren't nibbling at your crops like they did mine. Would be a good idea to build more of them scarecrows at the cave. Might not be a bad idea to build a few myself. I'll go get started. Good luck farming. Now, what do I want to do today? And I did give Vincent a gift.
Why? Oh, for fuck's sake, brother.
I did get the Iridium site because I've got level 2 mastery, and one mastery was the farming, the other fishing. I've still got the others to do. Getting Iridium. Do have Iridium. silver, regular. One on the beach. On the beach again. On the beach Iridium. Customize these. There we go. Iridium side. Go back up. God. Alright. Now, to some extent, I have no idea what I'm actually doing today. Whee! So I'm gonna check. Okay. That should help with the lag somewhat. Alright. Things are as good as they can get, essentially.
Okay, I made it. Ooh. That would have been bad. Heaven's sake.
And I will be adding a full mod list later. I just haven't gotten around to it yet.
Oh, did you announce the new emotes officially on screen?
Well, new emote. Get a good fiber harvest going. And strawberries. You can never have too many strawberries. I love you. The answer to how many strawberries is always yes.
Let's see. Maybe double team.
Ooh, Porygon 2. Exclamation mark. Good catch. If you're playing the Pokemon community game. Okay, coffee and strawberries away. Whee! Okay. All the honey has been collected.
You know what else has been collected?
Your heart?
Yes! How did you know?
It's almost like we're married or something. That's a lot of honey. Okay, so we only really need like a couple stacks most of blue jazz honey. Same for tulips. Tulip, okay. Whee. There. Okay, all the honey is collected, so now it's time for all of the crops. Impressive. Alright.
I think you're better than alright. I think you're fantastic.
Ooh, Disco! Exclamation mark. Hook a catch for Pokemon community game.
Pretty it is outside.
I know. Hi, Evie! Hi, Evie, welcome on in. I'm a little bit low energy today, so I'm just kinda like here. The stream is a bit impromptu, and at the same time, I'm not really doing much. I'm kinda just doing an initial test of if there's actually any ads, but you're a sub, so you wouldn't get them anyway. But I am still streaming and playing some more Stardew Valley. I'll be seeing what I can do. I think I've done all of the hard events, but you know, I want to still talk to people, get their heart levels up. Basically trying to speedrun the season. Because I know that when it gets to summer and summer 3, we unlock the bathhouse officially. And the train station.
That shot though! Why would you land down there?
And I'll probably still want to be vibing later because I do have the day off and I'm not going to be streaming until like horribly late.
What was that? And yeah, and you don't work tomorrow either.
Mm-hmm.
So home goods tomorrow. I will take it. Oh my god.
It's okay, you know the feeling of being low energy. Good brew. Cold brew is the only reason you're kind of wired right now. Oh, I need coffee too. I've been without coffee.
Why didn't you say anything?
Well, because...
Why?
Because...
I didn't want to inconvenience you.
Well, I didn't want to. Like, this is a day off for us both. I didn't want to ask.
Well, you could have. You know.
I know.
Would you like me to make you coffee in a little bit?
Yes, please. But yeah, you're going to be seeing a lot of Seribots saying an ad break is going on, but you're not going to get any ads because you're a sub, and I suspect even non-subs aren't going to get any. I might disable the Seribot announcement of ads, because like, if nobody's getting ads, despite the fact that I have ads enabled.
Here you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I decided to share my chippies.
There we go. Goes there. Now, did I put these in the forge bowls? I think I did. Alright. In the trash. I think is up here? No. It's in here. Wait, what? Oh, here. Here. There we go.
After this match, honey, I'll make you coffee.
Okay.
Milk or no milk?
Milk.
Ice?
Yes.
Do you want to make it a mocha?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And I do apologize. There's going to be crunch.
Oh yeah, sorry. I will try to keep their mouth noises to a minimum.
Put those there. Put those up here. Put the clay away. got to check the sheds to see what's grown in them. Not grown yet. There we go. These I haven't set up yet. I should set those up though. It's really tempting to get more cold boat, but you should probably stick to tea right now. Yeah. Gotta be smart about your body's needs, essentially. Coffee is a lot harder on the body than most teas.
Sorry, that's where I I'm doing laundry.
Lucky laundry.
Okay. Smart.
You know, I bet if my system did have a donkey, they would be a genius.
Oh! Fair enough.
Okay. I think that's all the strawberries. And here's the blueberries. I still need to set up the, what is it? Is it raspberries? Okay, these sheds also need to be set up, but I can do that at a later time.
I'm gonna start your coffee.
Okay, I love you.
Did you take the trash out?
I did.
Thank you.
I gotta keep the place clean.
Yeah. Need to get a vacuum.
And let's see, is there a place I can just kind of drop the hay? Sure. Strawberries. And I am pretty sure I do not need the iridium scythe anymore, so I'm putting it away for today. Mm-hmm. So about that not needing the scythe anymore.
Turns out you need the scythe.
Well, it would have made this faster. Dun, dun, dun.
Excuse me.
You're excused. Still not much in the way of spring onions. Well, I got my first legitimate moss. Apparently using the hoe is a good way to get moss.
Hey, honey.
Yes.
What'd you do with my glass mixing bowl?
Glass mixing bowl?
Yeah, my glass bowl. My big glass bowl.
If it's the big glass bowl, it's probably with the other stuff in the lower cupboard. Below the silverware, as in below.
Yeah. Well, I see you baking cubes. No.
Oh, store door also works apparently for the moss.
Yeah, it's not. Let's see. It's not down there. Do I have to buy a new one or have to buy a new one?
No, you don't have to buy a new one. I guarantee it's there.
Well, I just looked twice.
I guarantee it's in the area.
It's on my burner can.
Do you want me to find it for you?
Holy.
Alright.
Well, I didn't touch it. Don't touch the brownie bone.
Oh,
Oh, it's there. Oh, okay.
with the other bowls.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to take away from you.
It's okay. Let's skip ahead. Say hi to Bea. Ordering the specialty. Ew, it smells. Why is it locked? I want to explore the sewer. I think Marlon has the key. Marlon? Not Gus? Marlon? The man who hunts monsters? Why do you think he has it? I saw a big rusty old key fall out of his pocket one time. A creepy sewer door like this has just got to be a match for a big rusty old key. There's something moving around in there. Hi Lavender, hi Bea.
Her name is Leia.
But she's Bea. Really persistent. I'm just surprised that anyone would be interested in talking to me. I need something? Might be getting some different kinds of animals in the future. Picture a market for them, so I have to prove her skills with animals first. Just keep training your animals, expecting good things will happen. Is Benny teaching you how to read cursive? Congrats. Sebastian is not fond of Maru. But I don't blame him, considering Demetrius is an asshole who dotes on Maru while ignoring Sebastian. And that's technically a cuss. I think Maru's in the hospital working. Heard strange music while having dinner the other night. Didn't tell him it was us. Better keep it a mystery. Oh yeah, he appreciates that. Here's people seem nice, but they avoid you. Pretty stressful.
How are your chips then?
They're good.
Did you open milk yet?
Have I what?
Have you opened the milk yet?
Nope, not yet.
I'm gonna...
Oh. Howdy, Lavender. Ew, busy day, right? Oh yeah, Jacob got a colic early this morning. Something about a cow stuck in a ditch. I offered to come out and help him move her. But he needed someone to keep an eye on Eloise. She's a good...
I wrote on which one is open.
Yeah, I will. She's a good kid for all the questions, reminding me of myself at her age. Although I can't say I'm so fond of birds. Anyway, this is almost done, so shall we stop for a snack, please? Eloise? Eloise! Where'd she go? She was right there, reading. We've got the binder. Oh, yo, but what if the pelicans ate her? Rosa? Rosa! Ellie, I'm coming. Eloise. Why'd you run out fly? Ellie, I was so worried. But thought I saw an ivory woodpecker. They're really, really rare, but it was just a palliated. I'm sorry. It's okay, Chickadee, but please, just don't do it again. I didn't mean to scare you, Miss Rosa. You won't tell Dad, will he? We'll see. Come on, let's go back to Inn and have some lemonade. I think we've had quite enough adventures today. Okay. What is this place? Yeah, I do ask that question. Polly wants cracker. Go look at shells on the beach.
Be careful, honey. It's pretty full. But here is one ice mocha.
Thank you.
Is that a good spot for it?
It is.
Okay.
You'll be back on to make your some tea really quick. I'll get Evie.
We'll be here.
Mm-hmm. Munchington leans into your hand and emits out a rumbling purr. Aww. This is Munchington, by the way.
Hmm?
Oh, this is Munchington.
Mm. Kitty.
Very big kitty.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hello, Lavender. You're looking very rural today. What is that fragrance you're wearing? It's unique. Quack, the Emperor. Do you like it here, Lavender? I really enjoy living near the beach. It's so restful listening to the waves at night. Place I always found Cherry Orchard. I asked Mayor Lewis about it. Said it closed down when he was a child, some sort of family feud. All the kids in town were warned away from playing. They're dangerous, apparently. It's really not. I went there. I don't remember how I actually got there, but I did. Ooh, Tyrant! Exclamation mark Pokecatch if you're playing the Pokemon community game. Just works, so do not disturb. I find things built up great. It makes me happy, I think. Yeah, I did that. I think that's everything here. Oh, this is how I got there. Okay, I think that's enough of this area for now. I think I've talked to all the locals that are from here. Still reminiscing, you asked me to be your partner. Where's Morris? Oh. 5 hours of sleep isn't quite enough for a full day of work. Yep, I know it. But it's about what I get. Pet Dusty. That's a good boy, Dusty. You might be the only one who understands me. No one else has seen the kind of stuff you and I have. Lavender, did you overhear me talking? I don't really like to talk about it, but I guess I'll explain. Have you ever wondered why I live with my grandparents? You see, my father wasn't a good guy. He ruined everything for me and my mom. After the time he was gone, the other half he'd drink all the night. When me I'm with his that I'd never meant to anything. I think he resented me for being young, bitter because he'd wasted his youth doing nothing and gotten nowhere in life. Well, that's my take on it anyway. Who knows what was going on in his mind? One day he left, and soon after that, Mom got sick and passed away. I had no choice but to move in with my grandparents. You still like someone I can trust. That's why I'm telling you this, Lavender. I don't want any sympathy. There's one good thing about my past, it's that it made me strong. Now let me show you what Dusty will do for a barbecued steak. Pork, pork, bark.
Dog.
Mm-hmm.
Good dog.
Mm-hmm. The best dog. Parted bandage, Mars. Maru, why you gotta be irresponsible for Penny? Ellie, you're fine.
I hate this fucking shit. This is why. Yep.
Sophia got some. Sophia, hey you. I'm checking my casks. This column here will be aged to iridium quality next month. My mom and dad made them. Oh, it's okay. Please don't feel bad. Hey, let's head upstairs. I want to tell you a little about my parents. This was the room you found me in last time. It's my parents' room. Come inside. I never finished packing and moving their belongings. Because part of me thought they'd be gone, really gone, if I didn't. My mom and dad. There was a car crash. It was the 4th of all. My parents were on a business trip. They were gone all day and wanted to answer their phone. It was weird. That evening there were knocks on the front door. I was greeted by Mayor Lewis and Gus with tears in their eyes. They told me my mom and dad. Thanks, I'm okay. You and Scarlett have helped me so much through this. I'm really happy I have friends like you guys. I knew it'd make my parents proud if I took over the vineyard in their stead. It's a lot of work, but it's all I have left of them. You're doing a great job of managing. Thanks. I had to learn so many new things. It was really hard at first, but I feel as if I've grown as a person. I know this may be coming out of nowhere, but I want to restore my parents' room. Do you think you could help me? Of course. Sure, I will help you. You'll really help? Yay! I'm really excited. You're seriously the best. I don't want to push this all on you so suddenly. We'll start organizing stuff tomorrow. I'm helping Sophia move boxes tomorrow in her house. You know, just setting the reminder in as many ways as I can. Ready to help me tomorrow? You're the best. You're certainly among the best, Sophia. Hello there. Striking words protect Valley. I'm happy to work with maintaining them. I'll accept this. Thank you. A bit generic in the dialogue, but oh well. Golden, eh? Did I talk to Linus? I think I did. I did. You ventured into the mines without most courage, however. We could use someone with your skills. Do you want to join the Adventurers Guild? Lavender, do you swear under oath to protect humanity from monsters and do everything in your power to help traditions, values, and ideology of the Adventurers Guild? On behalf of Stardew Valley and the Order of Knights of Pythagoras, I officially accept you as the 23rd Adventurers Guild member. That seems oddly small. Okay, back with Ian's. Thanks, welcome back, Evie. And as a member of the Adventurers Guild, you will be allowed to purchase rare weapons we commission and discover. There are also bounties and quests you can access from the no support behind me. Welcome to the Guild, Lavender. I expect great things from you. Slay 1,000 monsters. Purpose of a capable adventurer. This is a place. Apparently. And seems unresponsive. Oh, it's this area. Okay, who do I need? Oh, I didn't talk to Robin. Yes, I did. Strange. Okay, Vincent. Sure, that'll work.
Okay, I'm going to start dinner. It's that time.
Okay.
So you can have a food break soon.
Mm-hmm. Did you see last night's episode of Tears? Can't believe Kyle and Navy broke up. Oh, is that Cheers?
Oh yeah, it might be.
So it's busy. Jody is gone. Is it a day at the hospital? Good use of time, Vincent. Here's number one customer. Yeah, because I'm basically your only customer. Yep. Goes one time. Yeah. I mean, did talk to Rabbit and she's just glitched out. Martin isn't around. Oh, we could go to the desert to talk to Sandy. Get back, sort of exclusive club. Ooh, new understanding.
You're so cute.
Alright, I'm walking back to my farm. Selling half. Alright, and putting all of this stuff away. Moss should really go in here. Sure, that will work for now. Quick, easy way to get rid of things. Oh, I can talk to Gus. Okay, I've talked to everyone I can talk to legitimately. So I'm gonna just go through common zones. At a couple of different times. Hi, Lavender. Gangle from last month's earnings. Well, that's one cutscene down. Talk to Gus. I'll go down to the beach.
Some beach. Somewhere. If you don't know that song, it's definitely a lost song. Oh. Okay. I had a lot of times though.
Da, 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 da.
I need the skizzers. You said we're using the same plates, right? Honey,
What?
you said we're using the same plates?
Yep. Let's go. Ooh, beach cutscene. Hey there, care to join me? I now attend toward the stairs. Mateo, you're great. I'm sorry for that, Lavender. You're a good friend, but I shouldn't be so avoidant. I've got something of Watching Louch history with the town? I don't recognize that one. Gunther may have mentioned there was a cure prior to it, and I'm sure the Brunswick can mention it. Well, his name is White. He and I are responsible for the museum being empty when he got here. I was his mentee, and I spent every waking moment in either the library or the mines. He was trusted and respected by everyone in town because he fostered a love for academia and just about anyone who sought him out. Red flags are just flags through rose-tinted glasses, I guess. I was much too young to realize I was wearing It was the middle of the summer. Wyatt and I picked up everything really abruptly one night and had it carted off by morning. He stole everything Pelican Town had, every leg, scroll, gem, and bone. He paid the entire collection to Jojo for a lifetime of creature comforts. Boxed and sold the symbols of his intellectual integrity with my help. We retreated to the Fern Islands, but parted ways after that. I was left to fend for myself, so that's when I enrolled in school. Hi, Art! Welcome on in!
Hello, Art.
I was lacking in other options, but that's something I don't regret. Both of these seem good options. Hello, dear Bree and Gals. How are you, lovelies? Feeling a bit.
Pretty chilled day.
Mm-hmm. It was my fault, Lavender. I made that choice. It was the wrong one. I own that. Look back on what I did as the person I am now. Nobody's more disappointed in me than me. Blame doesn't matter. Everything's still gone. All I can do now is help restore it. I can't face Pelican Town. I'm a thief, and I owe them all an apology, but I have no reason not to expect an ulterior motive. You're the only person that's approached me so far, but didn't know who I was. You have more allies than you realize.
Oh shit. Fuck. Whoops.
Both decent good. Right, but it's easier than the alternative, I'm afraid, Lavender. But the space to be vulnerable about it all helps. It makes facing this a lot easier. You're a great friend for hearing me out, for being patient with me. Yeah. And this is something that we have quite intimate personal experience with. Going through something very similar to what Mateo just did. It was all of our 2023s, and a lot of the people we used to know we no longer do, because only a fraction of people listened, and those people are our true friends. Feels like a lot to unload on someone, but I really appreciate you lending an ear. Yeah, sometimes you just need to. I think that's a better option. You're right, Lavender. Thanks for trusting me and seeing me through this. I'll make an effort, I promise. Yeah? That's all I can do, really. Accept the trust of those who do, and be helped through it. Mateo will now attend festivals. That's my heart rating for Mateo. Aw. Mateo, you can't date, but I would date Mateo. only a third person that is mask presenting that I.
Can I please? Thank you.
Okay. Gotten all of the easy cutscenes. And I will be playing this day, but I do need a break, so I'm going to be
Food
smoking.
is in the oven.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna have to try and keep an eye on it.
Bookseller.
Cellar? Hardly know her.
Mm-hmm. Oh no. It's a particle day.
Particle of day. Sucks for your game.
I'm just gonna
Whee!
set it to day 11. Again, sleep and reset back to Friday. Friday the 12th. Hopefully this time without the particles that lag the game.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, much better.
Downstairs neighbor.
I think that's our upstairs neighbor.
I know, I said I hate being the downstairs neighbor.
Oh. Liz told me you're now a farmer in town. Trapped on my farm in the mountains, so I can't say hi in person. Hopefully the mess Georgia made will be cleared out soon because I'm going a little stir crazy. Can't wait to meet you and see how the farm is shaping up. Holding egg festival in town square.
Are you gonna do the egg festival or?
Of course.
I say that the way I do because I have a feeling you're gonna get salty if you don't get enough eggs.
Well, that's why I memorized the route beforehand and restart the day if I don't get it.
Really? Are you that competitive?
Yes.
Does it matter?
Yes.
Why does it matter?
Because you get things for winning that you don't if you don't. I'm not going to really be doing crop stuff today. There. None of these are needed.
That looks like a them problem, not a me problem.
I think all of these I have as forageables. Whee! Oh, you're here. Yeah, of course. Let's get to work. I also made some snacks for us later. Mm-hmm.
Genuinely, these roly-polies are fun.
Cleaned and organized her parents'
Whoa.
room. The snacks she made were also delicious. I think that's everything. Thanks for helping me. I can't begin to tell you just how much this means to me.
Look at this, honey.
They see you rolling.
Hey,
Hey, I'm going to send you something really special in the mail tomorrow. Thanks so much again. Yay! I really appreciate your help with me, my mom and dad's room. Looks exactly what it used to be like. Is it okay if I hug you? You're like Sophia.
you're so cute.
While I'm here, I should also talk to Bea. It's locked. Oh, because I set it to 9 AM about 10. Oh, hi. Different person all the time. Oh, cutscene. Sophia, come back again soon, okay? I love doing makeup with you. I would love that. I feel great.
They're really gonna chase me down with the car. What the fuck, Nuggets? Pardon my French, chat.
Oops, I forgot to turn my game off. Just need to quickly save.
Try me, bitch. Try me, bitch.
Today is a good day. Grumble.
No.
I kinda hungry.
Almost overshot that.
Sophia, my dear, you look beautiful today. Thanks, Miss Jenkins. Maybe Gus has orange chicken.
Yes! Let's go. What happened to my shotgun? Hold on.
Sophia. Hi, Gus. I know exactly what you're here for. Crumpleton orange chicken coming right up. So yummy. Pork. Doggo? Sophia says doggo.
Doggo.
Dusty. Want some pets? Dusty likes all the pets. Pets Dusty.
Oh,
You're so
actually. Let's check the. It's about this time that this was done yesterday. Where's my oven? I was gonna be like, where?
Hey,
the
you.
heck is this one?
I'm in the middle of reading a graphic novel. I'm getting out of the house more. I think spending time with other people helps me. Hey, I want to show you this page. You'll get a laugh out of it. Sophia showed me funny pictures in her book. We laughed and talked about her day. She's happier than ever.
Oh, did you throw away the other cupcake container from last night?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, we could have reused that.
We could have.
Yeah, I could have washed out the frosting
Oh.
and stuff. So
Oh,
don't
hello.
throw this one away.
Yes, I'm a bit tired today. Late night emergency call out. Difficulty coming over on the ridge. You should see what I put in the washing machine, dishwasher, because I had the thought of reusing it, but I didn't think about reusing the cupcake containers. Like, I had no idea you could.
Yeah. All I have to do is peel the label off and hand wash it. And then I can put cupcakes in it. But it's okay. To be fair, I didn't think about it till now. Because when I do the spice cake mix, I'm going to make cupcakes out of it.
Whoops. I accidentally searched too far through the trash by misclicking. I was aiming to go for you, so I have a couple of those to make up for it. Dun, 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 dun. Well, there are flower arrangements tomorrow. The fact that we participate in the egg hunt when it's for children, though. I assume the reason is because we're supposed to be... is because we're new and they're saying, oh, you missed out on this as a child, you can do it now and relive your inner child, but at the same time...
I have Latios and Latios now. Last one.
Also, done, done, done. No, but it's okay.
Oh wait, no, I locked the car.
Cutscene.
Alright. I love you.
I love you. Good day, Lavender.
I think it's pizza time.
Mormons promised Jojo would clear away this rock slide by now. Susan is trapped at home and can't get out except via train. Now he's telling me the cleanup operation is delayed until early summer. My hands are tied. As the mayor of Pelican Town, it's my duty to ensure everyone is safe. Morris and I will reach a resolution regarding the rock slide soon. I'm just relieved no one was hurt during the rock slide. I must be on my way, Lavender. Don't bother using your pickaxe to try to lift these rocks. It would take you months. Marion Gunther, behind. Valid, but at the same time, you should put yourself out there. Please spend the time with it. Go in peace, young one. Jared stopped by the other day on their way to the mines. It was so nice to see them. Right, Mateo is they done. Robin has a Demetrius.
You don't like Demetrius.
Of course not. He's a horrible father.
No, I know we don't know. I know we don't like him. I'm just saying we don't like him.
Mm-hmm. Okay, okay, find Penny. Sort of back. Who are they? That's Mateo. So the egg face died. Hope to see you there. You're coming, huh? Teaching kids about art history this week. Understandable. Darn television set. Oh, Lavender, confound it, stop it, you. Magic. I was trying to cast a spell that would help me commune with more sprites of air instead. Ow! Careful what you wish for. It seems to have backfired somewhat. Lavender, would you be so kind as to pick up the spellbook and read the 3 lines on the bottom of page 53? Oh. Thank you very much. Now, little one, tell us, which part of the forest do you hail from? Some distant part of the forest for a little while. The wizard is especially interested in hearing about the lines of power near their home. What about the sights ahead? What's more distance to say it? But that's another spell. Now that's all taken care of. Tell me the truth. So holding my word, tempted to lie? Never crossed my mind. Not entirely sure, but I appreciate you trying to spare my feelings. Trying to summon sprites to come down, you should probably go into the forest by myself. Okay, even. Social. Oh yeah, I need to warp to Jojo Mart essentially, but I refuse to on principle, so I'm going to the blacksmith. Oh, whoops. My books. There we go. And speaking of, Mr. Cave. Dwarf King. Statue of Blessings. I should build one. Statue of the Dwarf King. Golden mystery boxes. trash away and stuff. Weird. Dun, 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 dun. Of course I am. Okay, social. Victoria. Victoria, Sandy. Maxine. Oh, Mateo. I've been there. Okay, Victoria. Victoria, Sandy. Maxine, Marlon. Let's warp to the mines. Big festival is tomorrow. Hi love, we should go adventuring together sometime. Got business today. Let's first warp to the desert. Got an event. Hey Skyrim, where are you going? Sorry, man. I didn't mean to spook you. Well, that may be, but it is still most inconsiderate to cart around with no regard for the well-meaning rules. You're not wrong. You have my apologies sincerely. You take me out. Get home safe. Hello, Labrador. Were you witness to that indiscretion? Why that uncalled hamster? Here, knock me from my feet. I don't know which of these are good. Whack. Da, 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 da. Martin, Lexi, Rosa, and George. I'd go to the lighthouse with you. She taught me to read books are like adventure, but sad too, I'm not able to see wonders that must I hear English. I might have botched your event, so I'm gonna... There we go. There. Oh, I can give a bouquet tomorrow. Quick catch for the Starland chat. Okay.
And get your pizza.
Where is... Okay, I see one here. Don't put these to my bed. Okay, I'll handle it. And if you don't know, I am dating everyone dateable, even though there are some that I would never date otherwise. Just for the, like, 100% completion. Like, to give you an idea, Claire absolutely would. Leia absolutely would. Penny absolutely would. Sophia absolutely would. Elliot, the only guy I would. Speaking of, I can
What
also...
about Mateo?
Mateo isn't a dateable. And technically not a guy because their pronouns are they them. Although they are they're mask presenting, but their pronouns are they them.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I assume Elliot would. But I would date Mateo if they were dateable. I'm loosely assuming that maybe the reason Mateo isn't dateable is because Mateo is younger than we assume. But I don't know. Like, I assumed Mateo would be an adult about the same age.
Okay. Some fresh pizza?
Thank you, love. But yeah, to run through the list. Is Claire would, Leia would, Benny would, Sophia would, Elliot, only guy I would. The Wizard / Magnus, only dating because of 100% completion. Maru also would, but also not as much as the others. Ideen, I don't know, but I haven't really been vibing. Olivia, maybe? But at the same time, not sure. It does also weird me out that Olivia is dateable and her son is also dateable.
Ew.
I'm still going to date both because of the 100% completion, but at the same time, it's only because of that. Abigail kinda would, but at the same time...
It's kind of weird because we have a friend named Abigail.
Sam, absolutely not. Boy Scout. Emily, kinda would, but at the same time, not as much. Victor, I do vibe with Victor a lot, but at the same time, eh. Sebastian, absolutely not. Shane, hell no.
But you can fix him. And blue chickens.
Alex, also no. Harvey, no.
But chickens. But with.
And Haley, I recognize she has growth, but at the same time,
Yeah. Are you gonna want my pizza crust?
yes. Just double checking, I think I've talked to everyone. So I'm gonna actually...
Food break time?
Yeah, I'm gonna start a new day, freeze time. Well, put the stuff away. Well, sell it. So, sell the stuff. Sell the stuff, put the rest of the stuff away. Start a new day tomorrow. Seeds. Rest are forageables. And freezing time. Baked blessing. here. And swap to the just chatting screen. Finish off the request mixtures. And transfer this napkin.
Mm-hmm.
To be. Okay.
After I eat, I'll pop the other. I'll restart the oven and then I'll
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
take the other pizza off.
Mm.
Mm-mm-mm. You should have a food break time screen.
Well, I'm saying that I'm just chatting. That's good enough for me. Also, again, do let me know if you actually get ads. I am assuming ads are not real.
Yeah.
I'm doing this stream on the assumption people are not actually getting ads. I have ads cranked up to the absolute maximum to test if ads actually exist. And I know that, like, there's 12 people who have subs, and those people aren't going to get ads. But for the other people who don't have ads,
Your input is important.
yeah, because I can't tell if people are getting ads. Only the people with ads can tell me if they're getting ads, and like I've had so many people tell me I'm not getting ads, so I'm pushing things to the max to test if anyone can get ads.
Mm-hmm. Usually I'm not one to do this, but like if you have an ad blocker, just temporarily disable it, I guess.
Well, it's not that I'm testing it because like I normally pause for ad breaks from doing anything important, and I'm not going to bother pausing for ad breaks for anything important if nobody's getting ads.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Haven't been getting it? Yeah, exactly.
Is
And
that
like Arc, so like Arc doesn't have a sub, and Arc's
and
been
Art's
here.
not getting ads. Well,
Yeah, and Arc has been here for a while, so like I am assuming that nobody is going to get ads, essentially, because like Arc should be getting ads but isn't, and if that's true for everyone, wonder why Twitch doesn't see it worth paying for, I guess.
Yeah. I'm gonna put my pizza crust in your plate.
Mm-hmm. And any of that you won't.
It's just tiny bits. Why do you want the tiny bits?
Because I don't like wasting even a little bit of food.
I love you.
I love you.
Alright, let me get that oven back up. When you're done, stack your plate on top of mine.
And weirdly, it seems that my stream closed captioner actually is picking up some of the ads because my closed captionings is not picking up my voice,
Yeah.
but it is picking up an ad because I'm seeing the closed captioning saying, okay, Google, okay, Google, okay, Google, okay, Google, which I assume is from an ad or,
Google?
yeah, I assume specifically for their,
Google AI mode?
yeah, because that's what they advertising, even though AI is absolute.
AI is absolute garbage.
Mm-hmm. And like, I'm not going to say it has no uses, because it does have uses, but at the same
if it's
time,
ethically used.
but at the same time, it's not good at most of the things people.
But it's also bad for the environment. So
Hope the pizza is good. Oh, it's delicious. It's so delicious we're going to have a second, which means that each of Kelsey and I effectively will have had one whole pizza each. Wow. To be fair, it's relatively small pizzas. It's what would have been called a medium pizza 10 years ago, but now thanks to shrinkflation it's called a large.
small pizza.
Well, it's called a large even though it's the size of a medium of the days of old.
True.
Ooh, like 10 inches? Do you know?
I don't know. I'd have to look at the books. Wait, that's a really cute gender reveal. Oh my god! Look at this gender reveal.
Ooh.
Isn't that cute? And a safe way to do it too.
I couldn't quickly find the inches listed. And I'll be right back. I just found some. Alright.
What?
Oh, I was just... I'm back now.
Oop, that's the oven. Alright. Yeah, it doesn't say.
I'd assume around 10 inches.
Yeah, I'd assume so. I mean, holy shit. This stupid box open.
I'll finish the rest of the crusts later.
Oh,
Oops.
what?
Okay.
I'm starting the timer.
I'm going back into the game. Now I'll check down here. But at the same time, the mods I have massively nerfed the availability of spring onions, so. I should not be able to come in here.
Well, I guess you can. I could turn her down. If you
Yeah. It should be turned down a little
Is
bit.
that better?
Um,
Because
Da,
it's
da,
at
da,
8
da.
right now.
I think it would be better if it was like 1 or 2 lower.
Okay, it's at 6 now. Let's get into a game. See if that's any better.
Oh, I get that, Victoria. She compliments people when she's feeling down.
Oh, that's relatable.
Mm-hmm. Ain't it just?
Mm-hmm. I didn't mean to do that. Don't worry.
Munchkin insists that you're scratching behind his ears. He rewards you with a purr.
I'm with Merv. Ohio is terrible.
They don't call it Ohio, no, Finna.
Even our friends in Ohio don't like it in Ohio.
You have to get for me, friend gold?
Oh.
Ooh,
Who's
so
that
pretty.
little- who's that little
Thanks,
guy?
friend gold. Another friend. Not be grumpy, friend gold. This is friend Lavender. They are a good friend and bring me gifts from land. Friend gold brings gift from sea. Sorry, friend gold is jealous. He likes to be only friend. He brings many gifts. Would you like gift from sea? Friend, yes, come visit me on this day next week. Bring berry sweetness and we can trade for gifts from sea, yes? Hell yeah.
What?
Let's go to the carpenter. Let's wait to talk to Linus. Try and get busy today, go places, talk to people, that's where thing changing is just making a series of different little choices, considering printing in different things. Being in my corner, Lavender, I wouldn't even be attempting it if it wasn't for you. Mateo, you're great.
Oh, is it better now? Volume?
Yeah, it is. It's trying to pack everything. I've moved it all back. Suppose it was change
I
apart.
hate
It was
midwich.
followed my finest day, including
Snap.
novel finished. Afternoon in library. I don't think you're doing that today, Elliot.
Midwich is what he calls Midwich, that's mid. Yes, I just came up with that all by myself.
Hey, Lavender, how are you? I'm picked up on the copy my mom brewed this morning. A fantastic day. And I don't get to talk to you often enough, so I'm just gonna give you one of these. Good God.
No, 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 ow!
Despite all of the mods in the game, despite everything,
It's still you.
yeah. But in this case, that's me moving at the normal base speed. The normal, painfully slow base speed.
No! It almost got away.
Several days. Da, 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 da.
For anyone wondering, I switched games.
Good luck, I believe in you. Abigail always wins.
Shit.
Working overtime. Best tonight. Let's pull a sweet yellow. Gus really cooked up a storm, huh? There's like every kind of bacon imaginable here, cooked every which way.
Yes.
These deviled eggs are tempting. Put something nice into the punch, just between me and you. Busy time of the year, so it's nice to come. Have a day off to catch up with friends. Abby's always loved the egg hunt ever since she was a tiny girl. Sometimes I'll hide an egg too well and no one finds it until summer rolls around and the hot air starts to bring out the rotten smell. Egg with a strange thing to eat. Eggs definitely have a place in the well-balanced diet. Take off the Docker hats for the time being. Even with my bad leg, I never miss a town festival. Dun, 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 dun. I'm upset because
Ah, got stuck on the door! Motherfucker, let me through!
apparently one of the mods to the game closed off the pathway that normally is used to go talk to Pierre. Hi, my what a beautiful day for a festival. Are you participating in the egg hunt? No.
Why,
I get
brother?
focus around large crowds of
Fuck
people.
off!
I hope everyone's enjoying the food. I've been cooking for days to get everything ready. Fried eggs, boiled eggs, poached eggs, deviled eggs, scrambled eggs, chocolate eggs, you name it. The food at these festivals ain't so bad. Tastes even better if Pierre and Lewis use my crops.
Well, fuck you.
Is there any more food?
Any more food? Yeah, in the oven. Right now. Can't rush perfection.
Oh, I guess there is a way in. It's much more convenient. Hey, how'd you get back here? Don't touch anything.
I knocked something over. Unless that wasn't from Jojo.
It was Pierre, but Pierre deserves things being knocked over too, because Pierre is terrible.
Is there lore on Pierre?
He's a horrible father. And, like, quite abrasive. And a little bit greedy himself. Plus, like, he's not much better than Jojo, and like he's pretty prone to anger. Children have been looking forward to this festival for weeks. Dun, 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 dun. Fruit punch is unusually good. Break from work. Coloring eggs. Fly eggs. Tradition connects with past and future. So lovely to watch the children having fun and the adults too.
You're beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like me to run you a bath tonight?
Maybe. I try to eat at least 3 eggs every day.
Oh, can I take your plate? I'm gonna check the pizza.
Oh, well, I'm still going to eat those crusts, so.
Well, I'm not gonna throw them away.
Okay.
I'm asking, can I take them?
Yeah.
Take your plate.
Flower dance. Yeah, that's valid. Used to do a run egg toss. Mayor Lewis put an end to that pretty quick.
It's fine.
If I were mayor, I would bring the rotten egg toss back.
It's fine. Everything's fine. Oh, are you fucking with me? What? Oh, it's the caramel drizzle. Oh. Jesus Christ. I was like, why did I need all this shit?
Alright, let's do a final check. Robin, talk to Robin. Linus, talk to Linus. Claire. It's Claire. Oh, yeah, Claire's up here. Talk to her. Bea, talk to. Penny, talk to. Sophia, talk to. Talk to the kids. Tara, talk to. Bar, talk to. Arnie. I think I've talked to everyone. Well, everyone in attendance, that is.
Oh,
Alright.
in a little bit, can you feed the boy? Oh, I can feed him,
Mhm.
actually. I'll feed him a little bit. After we eat.
Mm-hmm. Alright, time to
But
begin.
if I feed him, you take him out. Okay? Okay? Okay.
There goes exclusive prize. Here's another egg. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
But also tonight, before you go to bed, can you do me a favor? Put your cups, like when you're done with them, in the dishwasher. So I can wash everything. Please.
8 eggs. Let's see if that's good enough. Sophia? Okay, so let's redo that. I need to redo it again because
What's going on with him? Oh, the egg hunt? Are you really? Are you that competitive? Against pixels? Yogi, I'm gonna get cool.
Mhm. Third time's the charm.
Let's do this. Let's play some dippa-dippa-dippa-dip. Oh, I like the sable skin. Wait. Look at the sable skin.
Ooh, pretty. Let's go this way. Let's see if that makes. Six.
Legion. Legion.
Come on.
Oh. Ow. I wish you could have heard that a little bit. Can't heal you. You're in the broken faster thing. Our status thing really can fuck you. Yes.
We're getting that egg, damn it.
Does it matter?
Yes.
Honey.
It matters for 100% completion.
For fuck's sake. I like what their username is, I know.
Please let 9 be enough. Hey, 9 is the magic number. I got a straw hat.
I'm on my way, 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 I'm on my way.
Hi, on the way.
Fuck! Really? You're one of those?
Also, I'm gonna...
No fucking shot. He's really one of those killers, huh? I cannot wait till next week. Just touch me. I have context. I know how bad that sounds. We have to get it done. I cannot heal you. You are in the permanent broken state. Ah! I can't. I can't. They're not gonna let us get any Jennies done. They're not gonna let us kill. this guy. I genuinely want to leave, but I think you get punished for leaving. And I have no way to heal myself. Hello? Jesus Christ. If I left, it was done with You're an asshole! Oh my god! I'm stuck. I'm aware, and then myself. No, stop! Stop! Why? I'm not unhooked. Follow me, thank you. Are you fucking kidding me? There is no one else. Oh no, wait, no. They can keep getting themselves up. Girl, I cannot help you. I can't even help myself. Yep. That's fine by me. I don't care. I thought that was thunder.
Yeah.
No, I know it's not. It just sounded like it for a second.
You should know better because you didn't see the lightning before the thunder. Okay. Alright, so let's see. Haley's birthday. Evelyn. Parsnip. Cream sauce. Coleslaw. It is Sunday, so. Also, a note about the festival. Something about mods I have does cause extreme amounts of bugginess, so I do not enter the clothing area. But I'm probably not going to get around to it today anyway, so. Sundays are a pretty long day usually. Because it's gift giving reset. I'll get to the animals later. I figured everything would have regrown. Also, I need to adjust the setting. Yeah, fruit trees. Turn that off so they're not infinitely respawning every single day. So that way I can actually know what I've harvested. And that also means that there is purpose in going to the area where the large group of cherry trees is. Dun, 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 dun.
House done, done, done. You ready for more Keisha?
I am.
Keisha.
And things are beginning to lag.
Alright, honey bunny. Here is your half.
Thank you, love. Yeah, it's only the farm itself that's lagging. But back to chatting because I'm eating.
You know what I'm gonna fall asleep to tonight, I think? Obviously, after we watch a couple of episodes right here. I'm gonna watch Pingu.
Mm-hmm. Does Pingu win? Me.
I think we should probably wrap up soonish.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna take some edibles and hang out with TV. Do you still want my pizza crust?
Yeah. Da-da-da-da. Oh, back to the gaming stream. Also, real quick, I'm gonna go to night mode. Da-da-da-da-da. Do you know what I am doing?
Hmm?
I added a boop counter.
Of course you did. Wow! Who could see that fucking coming? Not me.
I adjusted wording a bit. So Bree has been eeped after being booped by Kels.
Like, what do they think was gonna happen? They think we were gonna get their pay? Some of the service members voted for this shit.
FAFO.
The National Guard that's in Washington, like those members, are not getting paid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get it. Everybody has to make money, but I don't feel bad. Don't feel bad.
all this bread?
Yeah. Maybe not all at once, but I will.
Okay.
You know me.
I do know you. I mean, oh, and do you want the pepperonis too?
Yes, please.
When you're done, put your plate in the sink. Oh, not sink, dishwasher. You know what I mean.
Mm.
Oh, and I cleaned out the bathroom sink, by the way.
I'm proud of you.
Am I good to feed the boy now?
You are.
How about in like 10-ish minutes we wrap up?
It might take me a little bit.
Oh? Are
Yeah.
you still doing the egg thing?
No, but I am on a new day that I can't easily restart.
Oh, okay.
A lot of villagers have special positioning on Sunday if I don't want to rewind the game to be back on Saturday, even to undo that.
Marker! Marker!
I have a sneaking suspicion. That you'll be wanting to see this. Oh sure, now he's behaving and not running around.
Oh, yeah, I know. Give him like a minute after he eats, though. He'll probably want to rush out here and see what we're doing.
Like, I was expecting
I know,
him-
I was expecting him to zoom out here.
Yeah.
Parker. He's happy. He's
Mhm.
happy. This is his last month for puppy food.
Mm-hmm.
No. Oh, that makes me sad.
He's 11 months.
He turns a year next month. Oh.
Mm-hmm. In 16 days.
Mm-hmm.
Give or take. I'm not sure I'm perfectly mapping that. Did he go directly to his crate?
He's still eating.
Oh.
I would technically say 17 because today. No, yeah. No, you're right, 16. Because tomorrow will be 15 days. Or, no. Not even that. I don't know. I'm tired.
Mm-hmm. We're not math gays.
Yeah, he's still munching. Aren't you, Parker? Watch him come zoom around here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's like, all this room for activities.
And there will be a lot more once.
We clean everything up.
Mm-hmm.
Which all we really have to do is out there. That's it.
And there's also emptying up. I think that's just a clothes bag, but I'm not entirely sure.
I think there's a couple of other things in that box. And then another closed box.
Mm-hmm. And that box over there has the arts and crafts that I need to combine with the tote. That's the arts and crafts.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's thirsty.
Mm-hmm.
Parker! Parker! Come here! Come here, my eepy boy. Hi.
Hi, baby.
Were you
Aw.
eating?
Hi.
Well.
Oh.
Jesus Christ!
Mm.
Hi. Good boy. Good boy. No. Don't you swat at me. Come. I don't want him jumping up there if you have a glass
No.
right there.
No.
Parker?
Oh.
Leave it! Hey! Oh. Come here. Come here. Oh, he's peeking your mic. Oh, shit. Hey. I heard that on your computer in the bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
Hey. Hey. Parker. Handsome baby. Handsome baby. Oh, big stretch, huh? Yeah, good boy.
And I would show you, but again, I don't have dog cam set up.
Look at him.
Aww.
Do you want up here? No. Leave it. Don't
Do you
swat
want
at
me to take him OUT?
No, after stream you can. Alright, come on. Crate. Crate.
And that will be in like 15-ish minutes. So about 9:15.
I still can't believe that howl. That peaked your mic. Did you see your mic go into the red?
Oh yeah.
That's our boy. That's Parker. You need to go back and clip that. And post
Oh yeah.
it.
I will be doing that tomorrow while I'm also doing a work training. So multitasking between the two.
Oh. Yeah. For anyone who doesn't know, we moved, so like we're probably closer to a police station.
Mm-hmm.
So if you hear sirens, it's probably that.
Oops, I did not mean to try and harvest these, but oh well.
What? Okay.
Connection issue, I'd assume.
No, someone disconnected while we were loading. But if it happens, we can also connect them one night. Didn't mean to do that. Well, actually, we're doing this one.
It's a forage item.
Demo board.
Demo puppy.
I don't even know what perks I have. Oh, but good, I do have recognition.
Whee! Oh, new level of understanding. I wasn't expecting to be getting that, honestly. I don't really have time to harvest and check all of my crops, but at the same time I wanted to get these because I started on these because I thought I would have time for these. Okay, and now oh, I can put the iridiums out the way. Let's go back to the farm. Drop the scythe off. dun, 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 dun. There we go. Okay, I've given Wizard. Talked to Wizard and given him a gift. Some pizza microwave or should wait? Microwave pizza.
Just had
Yeah, it's quite the coincidence, honestly. Hi Lavender, glad we became friends. Now you can trust you to take care of your animals. You actually haven't given me that cutscene yet, but I imagine you're going to. It's locked, because you have not given me that cutscene yet.
You're so pretty.
Mm-hmm. Just gonna slightly speed a couple of points up.
Whoa.
Hi Lavender. Hi Bea.
Leia. Leia. Leia.
Leia.
Hardly know ya.
But I would love to.
I can do this. I don't need.
Lucky this.
Oh. Makes it go faster, yeah.
I tried to kids farmer you and the others during that area coming spree. Yeah, all tough. Oh, cutscene. Howdy! Sophia's in cowgirl gear. This is my Journey of the Prairie King cosplay. Oh, that's adorable. I've been working on it for a while now. I love it. Hey, I have a skit I want to show you. Let's head outside, partner.
Sit outside for a spin. What? What I do?
No, I'm just chewing on this to help emphasize the skit.
Oh.
Just pretend, Aaron. I'm giving her a pretend voice, but I think that's a little too pretend. So just pretend there are enemies around me, okay?
Oops, I missed a skip.
It's been a while since I've seen your faces around these parts.
You're so cute. My wife is just the cutest. I love your little dance.
Brought friends to you. How kind of you. You leave me no choice. Oh, she's so cute. That was my dead eye. Don't look so tough without your weapons. Your buddies ran off scared. I'm the Prairie Queen, got it? Hell yeah. Crafty fella, you had a hand weapon all this time. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. So, that's the first part of the skit. Second part involves me rolling around, but I don't want to get my outfit dirty.
You know what? That's fair, Queen.
The bad guy brandishes a secret weapon. And this is my favorite part. They kip.
Kid?
Mm-hmm.
Kid?
You're so silly.
No, you.
Sophia is adorable. Oh, we did a lot more than kid. I just loaded into Sophia's house.
Oh. Oh. Hey. Oh, you can heal faster.
Aw. Couldn't find any eggs during the scavenger hunt. I think everyone beat me to it. I'll let you win one of these years. Been a couple weeks since we started eating. It's been crazy how time can fly by so fast. Mwah. The end dialogue was a smooch. By the way, my Discord does have a Parker Kid emote, but unfortunately I do not have the slots for it. Da. And it is taking me up longer than I wanted to amount to get a lot done, but oh, speaking of which, I need to go to Elliot's event in the afternoon today. Or told something. I shouldn't have skipped that, so I...
I have hiccups. I'm sorry, everybody.
Just remember, you're not a fish. Hey there, Miss.
Right, I'm not. The fish.
Oh! Can't this jar open?
What the fuck, brother? I get hiccups.
That's right. Oh yeah, it's Sally's birthday, so that's a birthday gift for her. And that means she's in date range. Oh, but she's the very last person I want to date, so she's in date range, but at the same time I'm not going to give her a bouquet despite giving one to all the other ladies.
Holy.
Hi, Lavender. Trying to do more chores to make Emily happy. Figured I'd wander backyard today. I don't mean to be too forward, but can we talk inside for a sec? I seriously need to vent to someone. I've never seen this cutscene before. Sure, Haley. Let's head. Is this new? Or a mod? It's about my parents, Emily and I got a letter from them. They're on a vacation in the Fern Islands archipelago. Mom said she misses us and saying 800G, which is send 80 bucks, cheapskate. Dad wrote a little too.
Oh, for fuck's sake, who are you?
who are always off doing their own thing, having fun. I just feel like they're
Are you
forgetting
the
about
bitch
it.
with the fucking phones?
Money is nice, but I'd rather have them around. Whatever. Appreciate if it letting kids live in the house for free, but seen them more often. Been years since seen them last. Oh, Haley, don't make me like you.
Me
Tolerant.
with Drew McIntyre, like, brother, you can't be a heel all the time and then make me like you.
Haley and I talked. She seemed to feel better. Cheerful borrow, yep. Next year you won't be so lucky. Well, Sophia will be.
Oh, Killer knows, right?
Legend of Zelda. Stuck in the water dungeon.
Hold on. Let me do this.
Birds are majestic. Parsnip.
sorry, everybody, about the hiccups.
You're wondering what the good smell is? Why, that's nice of you to say. I'm actually baking my famous cookies. There, why don't you try them? Well, what do you think? It's delicious.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's fine. Mommy, I don't think she's, yep, there she is.
Made an old lady very happy.
Iron grass, really.
Fork, give Dusty many thanks. I would use her.
Circle of life.
This coming up makes for herself.
Aw.
Hey, beloved farmer. Another cutscene. This is terrible, absolutely terrible. Baron Matchington has vanished. It was horrendously stuffy last night, so I left the window open. He must have snuck out. My poor sweet boy, there are so many fiendish things out here. He failed to come home for breakfast. He'll come home when he's hungry. That's what I thought too, but he did not. Poor foolish Matchington, he must be so scared. Why if he's hurt or trapped and cannot come home? I'll have to find him. Thank you, Lavender. I knew you were to be relied upon. An adventurous soul taking pleasure in comfort and companionship. Meow. Aww. Poor Baron Huntington looked like he's had a rough night. Oh, you poor baby. Look at your little face. You're all covered with scratches. Did you have a run-in with that little stray? My poor Munchie. Thank you for bringing him home, Lavender. It means a lot to me. Now, you poor foolish boy, let's get you checked over by nice Dr. Jacob. Excuse me, sir, have you got any grapes? And then Richie said, someone's at the door. Duck. It's Happy. He's hurt. Only a slime. Weird and dangerous, just like us. Anything blessed by Unimo is. Aww. That portrait of Happy is so cute.
Aww.
I'd fall in love with Happy too. Marie has the dinosaur hyperfixation. Birds descended from dinosaurs. First birds were called feather wing. Dinosaurs couldn't look like pelicans or geese. Munching thing leans into your hand and emits out a rumbling purr. Check up some cookies. Thank you for sipping. Happy like you can really taste them. Bottom ones. So I had to do that because the game had glitched out and was putting me in the swimsuit outfit. Right. I'm here because let's take the long way. Lavender, hi, come in. I've been working on a new project, something big. This is just one component. Let me show you a little demonstration. Just put your hand here. And now I'm going to flip the switch. Oh, you can flip my switch, Maru.
Honey bunny.
Also, Maru is technically a redhead, so that does add to the redhead counter. Are you alright? Here, let me apply this burn cream. It's okay, it doesn't. Or no. Well, that makes me feel a little better then. Thanks. It's okay, Mara. We all know bad girls and their toys. I think that counts for the lewdness.
Yes.
That kind of during the moment, huh? You're trying your best, Mara. That's all that matters. Good to see you. Regular member of the community now? Yeah, basically. Oh, poor Maru. Minus. Grab your beers, filling up there. It's a good occasion. Get back to break for Okay. Who have I not got? Okay, Sandy. Oh, I think I technically forgot to talk to yesterday during the festival, but oh well. Gus, Marlon, and Pam.
John.
Looking to impress someone? Apparently. Oh, typical timing. We're just talking about you. We were? Gus apparently ships us. I'd love to share some ingredients with you. The fact that Gus approves of us and wants... It's pretty cool. Although Rosa is not actually dateable, so it says friends. Okay, so I need to talk to Marlon. Also because the sewers might be tied to you. I don't like this level of brute forcing, but at the same time, if the mines are tied to you, Marlon, come join me, Lavender. Lavender, there is something I've been meaning to show you. It's time you meet Krobus. They're a shadow person I've been hiding in the Pelican Town sewers.
Are we just about ready?
Just about. Come, let's head into town. But I've been needing this.
No, you're fine.
I did the thing to do the thing. Let me unlock this first. Alright, watch your step. Krobus, I have someone here I'd like you to meet. Krobus, meet Lavender, our newest guild member. Pleasure to meet you. I don't think I like this change though, because I like meeting Krobus. You're a friend of mine, you're safe to be around. Krobus has had bad experiences with humans. I stumbled into them during a mission many years ago. Unlike other shadow people, Krobus speaks our language and is friendly. It's unprecedented. Adventurers often stab first and ask questions later. Shielding Krobus from them was imperative. Magnus and I arranged a temporary home in the sewers. I'm grateful to them. They treat me nicely, like I'm a person. Because you are. I wonder if anyone in town saw Krobus, they could notify the order. It would be taken away. Must keep what you've seen here secret. Let's return to Git. I have something to give you. Yeah, I don't really like that change, but at the same time, I'll wait it out. Key to sewers. Only Magnus Guild. I have a copy now. You do too. Should speak to Krobus. They seem fond of you, and don't forget to remain a secret. Okay, warp to town. Sewers. So shadow people have ancestral homes deep underground, I take it. Damn, he's despicable. Come and get it, Trimpy. Silence, both of you! And again, this is part of the dark lore of Stardew Valley. Both the dwarf and Krobus are pretty much some of the last of their people. And they warred with each other and basically drove each other to extinction. The elemental wars have long been finished. You have no reason to be fighting any longer. The two of you must make peace for the sake of humans that live around you. Surely you can see that. Very well, I'll stay away from the sewer from now on. And I'm truly sorry about the past, Dwarf. I have no personal grudge with you. Very good. I shall cast a seal of promise to finalize this agreement. Oh, you're back. Marlon gave you a key? He did. It's nice to meet you. I'm happy to meet someone new. It gets lonely down here. I've collected many exotic goods throughout my travels. If you have gold, you're welcome to purchase. Come, take a look. Again, I don't think I really like the changes to the Krobus's way of being.
Honey?
What?
Do you remember what you did with my cupcake pan by any chance?
Cupcake pan?
Yeah.
As in a pan?
That has little like things where you can put cupcake holders in it.
Yeah, it's with the other pans.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna make spice cake cupcakes. Not tonight, but tomorrow. Excuse me.
Krobus is officially with us.
If you want to do one more thing while I play one last game of Fortnite.
Oh, I'm wrapping up because I still have to take the boy out.
Oh, yeah. And then after he gets settled back in, I'll get the edibles down.
Are you sure you want to take them tonight? Oh, I guess it depends. Like, I guess it depends.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I slept great. A lot better than I have in a hot minute.
Okay.
Did you?
Hard to
You
say.
were pretty tired last night. You don't have to take them with me. I'm just gonna.
Well, this time I'll take all of them.
You mean 2? We're not going through the rest of the box in 2 days.
Oh, we could.
We could, but are you crazy?
I mean, you saw how I handled it.
Listen, 3 maximum. That's all I can say for you. But I'm telling you, if this really is the last bit in that box, we're gonna have to go get more at some point.
That's fair.
And keep in mind that place is cash only.
Mm-hmm.
I should take a picture. What? I have a picture of the packaging, so I know what to ask for.
Okay.
Aw, look at us! Emote.
Mhm.
I think the bus driver needs chirp. Whee! Three.
Okay.
Huh?
Oops, I forgot to go to Elliot's event. And all of this is stuff.
Well, could you restart that day?
Well, it doesn't matter what day. Okay, got a Jody event, got...
What is Elliot's event anyway?
Oh, it's reading his poem book.
Ours poem's good.
Yeah.
I can't see where they're shooting from, brother.
Okay, so I'll be getting this back. I'll have to redo all of these because I'm not playing to stay in earnest. And then there's going to be Rosa's Kale. But yeah. We're gonna exit to the title. Oh, whoops, loud warning. Sorry. Okay. And now I think we can pretty conclusively say ads are not real.
Yep.
So, because ads are not real, we're probably going to like keep them on max because why not? And also we're going to like not be taking breaks for ads except for when I need to. Oh, whoops. Da, 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 da. Mute. When I go this late, especially at an unusual time, there's not many raid options, but there is.
Oh, there was someone I saw that I think you might like.
I've got one though.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, fine. I didn't want to give you a suggestion anyway. They were also playing in the Stardew category, so. In all seriousness, I just thought you might want to raid. Might have wanted to raid someone who was also playing Stardew.
Well, if you trust them.
Well, I haven't watched their stream yet, so I cannot say.
Okay, in that case, I'm
Just keep raiding Brandon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, where's my phone?
Oh, whoops, wrong. Ignore the auto-generated raid message. I'm just copying the link to put in chat.
I'm trying to. I guess.
But I did post the actual raid message, which is this. And I'm gonna start that raid up. Because yeah, I did a 5-hour stream today and like I am drained and it is late and like it's time for us to be wrapping up. And like thank you all for coming out. I know that it was impromptu, wasn't planned, and was like pretty low energy the entire time, but I hope I could still give you a place where you could vibe. So thank you all. You have helped a lot, and thank you for continuing to vibe with me and to make a difference in the world. And much love, and have a good night, and a good rest of the week. So good night. Good night. Good night.